Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call to order the Pennsylvania County Board of Supervisors work session Tuesday, July the 16th, 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Board meeting room at 39 Bank Street, Southeast Chatham, Virginia. Ms. McCluster, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Height.
Here.
Mr. Dudley.
Present.
Mr. Ingram.
Here.
Mr. Bowman.
Here.
Mr. Whittle.
Here.
Mr. Tucker.
Here.
Mr. Dalton.
Here. Moving to item 3, agenda items to be added. Are there any items to be added to the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I have two. Move that we add drought declaration to agenda as item 5A and make the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update item 5B. And the second is to revise item 8A, Economic Development Closed Session, to include the Stanton River project.
All right. Got a motion by Mr. Ingram, second by Mr. Tucker. Any further discussion? If none, we're ready to vote.
Mr. Ingram, is it showing on yours?
No, it's not coming up.
Okay. Can I get your vote?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous. Moving to item 4, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Ingram,
Second.
second by Mr. Height. Any further discussion? If none, we're ready to vote.
Mr. Ingram.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. For the citizen convenience, all work sessions and committee meetings are now being recorded and can be viewed on the county's Facebook and the same YouTube location as the Board of Supervisors business meetings. Please remember that the board's work session is designed for internal board and county staff communication, discussion, and work. It is not a question and answering session with the audience. Accordingly, during the work session, no questions or comments from the audience will be entertained. Respectfully, any outburst or disorderly conduct from the audience will be entertained. Respectfully, any outburst or disorderly conduct from the audience will not be tolerated and may result in the offending person removal from the work session. As a reminder, all county citizens and other appropriate parties and designated by the board's bylaws are permitted to make comments on the hearings of the citizen sections of the nice business meetings. Presentations, we have 5A, our drought declaration, Mr. Stephen Bartz. Welcome, sir.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Stephen Bartz. I'm the unit coordinator and crop science agent in the Pennsylvania County Office of Virginia Cooperative Extension. I appreciate your consideration of the drought declaration that's before you. I'm sure you're all aware, but the drought and these high heat conditions have caused a pretty detrimental effect to both our field crops and forage crops countywide. Some areas are affected more than others, but the drought declaration process has changed a little bit since the last time we did it in 2022. So I wanted to give you a really brief update of where we're going to go from here. If you choose tonight or today to petition the State Office of Farm Service Agency, which is an arm of USDA, they'll direct the Farm Service Agency County Emergency Board, we love acronyms, the CEB, to complete a loss assessment report. That loss assessment report will be completed by myself along with the head of Farm Service Agency and Natural Resource Conservation Service. If the findings of that loss assessment are within certain parameters, they will issue the drought declaration. I can assure you that the losses are within those parameters that are percentage losses that are set forth, but I'll be glad to entertain anybody's questions about how this works any further than that. Once you've made your your request to the state office, Dr. Howell is the state director of Farm Service Agency. They'll kick it back to the CEB board. We'll fill out our loss assessment, and then the drought declaration will take effect. questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bart. Any questions for Mr. Bartz?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Bartz, thank you for being here tonight, and I concur. It's been extremely dry. I think the driest June on record, 130 years. I guess my question is, what does this declaration open the door to from the state and also the federal government in terms of being able to help farmers in their loss?
So in its initial stages, it's minimal. As if we are in a D2 drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, it loosens up the regulations surrounding a set of low-interest loans that come from Farm Service Agency, their loan division. If we do move into a D3 at all, and it doesn't matter if it's for 15 minutes, if we move into a D3 drought, that triggers the livestock indemnity program, some things that allow producers to recoup some losses directly from USDA, from the federal side. On the back end, if we do not declare the drought, so it would have been the fall of 22, they retroactively put in the federal government, I'm speaking of USDA here, put in a program that allowed them to recoup some losses retroactively. But you could not retroactively declare a drought. If it was not already done, then your locality and its contiguous counties were not eligible for those payments. So in the short term, it's minimal. It frees up some low interest loans for the farmers, but there could be longer term ramifications if we don't do it at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Any further questions?
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ms. McCluster and myself have reviewed and tweaked the resolution that Mr. Bartz provided us. We've sent a copy to you of that via email, and if it's your pleasure tonight, we would add that to matters from the work session for you to adopt that this evening at a little after 7 p.m. And if you adopt that, we will send it to Dr. Howe and get the process started.
Okay.
And
Thank
you all have a copy of that as well.
Yes,
It's in that little paperclip
Yep.
packet.
Yep.
that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt and Ms. McCluster.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Tucker.
go ahead. If you have a question.
Mr. Bartz, would this, if a drought does change, would this one resolution be all we'll need for this year, or do you need to come back after
Yes, sir.
something?
That'll be all we need for this year. The
Okay.
D3 movement makes its own way.
All right.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do in your service.
Absolutely.
Mr.
sir,
Chairman,
Mr.
just a
Tucker.
quick question. Mr. Parliamentarian, Mr. Hunt, do we need a motion to add that to our agenda tonight?
Yes, just under matters from work session, please.
Mr. Chairman, if there aren't any other questions or discussions, I'd offer that motion to add it to our agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion by Mr. Tucker, second by Mr. Dudley to add this to our work business meeting tonight. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, we ready to vote?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Bartz.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Appreciate your time. Moving to 5B, we got a Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. Mr. Art Thacker. Someone here to... All right. Thank you, Scott.
Just go to the next and come back to it, I guess. I don't-
Well, let's see if he's coming in.
Yeah.
I'll give him a minute. If not, we'll move on to...
Talking about on the fly, here we go.
30 seconds late. No, you fine. Welcome, gentlemen.
Well, we're glad to be here. I'm going to give Art a second. Just wanted to touch base with you guys. As you know, we're doing our master plan update with Barry Dunn, and they have been with us, started engagement around January. I think they've done a really great job of a diverse program from Social Pinpoint, which is an online website, that we've gotten a lot of response from. They've had leadership interviews with some of you, and they've done focus groups. We've been in the schools. You'll see some of this data. I think one thing that's really cool is we sent a survey out to all middle school and high school students. We had very good participation from that and had a lot of good information. And so Art's going to give us a presentation on what their findings reports were from all the focus groups and kind of the community engagement, what some of those high points are. And this is Mr. Art Thatcher from Berry Dunn.
Welcome, Mr. Thatcher.
Thank
How you doing, sir?
Appreciate you having me here, Mayor, members of the board. Thank you very much. As Justin was saying, we're here to kind of go through the findings there, what we've done to date. And so, down. There we go. So, as Justin said, we started in November, and our anticipated finish date is in September of 2024. So, we're about 70% through the process. As you'll see from the kind of the slides that we have here, it's a four-step process, and so we've completed the information gathering portion of that as well, and we're here with the kind of the findings and visioning portion of that. Really, the information gathering is about 50% of the project, and then the findings is the next 20%. And so, just to kind of give a little bit about the profile, so we use Esri Business as our population, and they use census data. And so you can see the current population in 2022 is estimated at right around 60,541. And you can see that from 2010 to 22, it's declined and is looking to continue to decline through 2028. One of the things that we've noticed in that is that the decline really is in younger families and in children within the county. And so something that we will keep in mind as we look at the results of this, as well as start looking at recommendations. And so, as you can see, this kind of gives you a breakdown of the ages. And again, you can see, where the majority of that age group is, in your older adults and kind of middle age adults in the county. So we also look at household characteristics. And so kind of as we look at income, you can see that compared to the United States and to the state of Virginia, that your income is at the lower end of that, lower than either one of those. And additionally, unfortunately, your poverty rate is the highest compared to the state and to the United States. And so these are all things that we kind of keep in mind as we, as we look at, recommendations and then, programs and operations. This looks at your visitor character. And so looking at the community center and at your, kind of your two largest attractions, the trail and the park, you can see that, in that using annual income as the kind of the differentiator, you can see that those three middle bars, that 100, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard for me to see those little numbers up here, but the three middle, so 75 to, so 45 to 100,000, is really the population that's using your parks and your facilities most, which matches kind of in with your demographics as well. And so these are some of the characteristics of your users. You can see those four blocks at the bottom kind of give you the descriptions of what those characteristics are. And so for the community center, you can see that 28 are really your economic challenges. So, people who really need the service are using the facility. Another 14% are your golden year, so your seniors, your older adults, and then 9.5% are your autumn years. So those kind of just coming out of the baby boomer into that Generation X. And then you can see kind of similar with Raglan, with the Ringgold Trail, and then also with the Vineyard Park. So some of the trends we use, the sports industry, their annual reports to look at trends in use, both nationally as well as within the state of Virginia. And you can see these are some of the top trends that are happening around the country and in the state of Virginia as it relates to sports participation. And the sports and fitness industry, they do like across the board. Also, as you look in the report, we also use some Esri, which only looks at adult participation at that 26 and older. So we're able to kind of combine those and share those different data points. And so community engagement, as I said, community engagement is really the cornerstone of the master planning process, getting the community involved and really finding out their needs and what their desires are as we begin to move forward. We had branded the project as Turning Spaces into Places, and you can see the QR code there would direct people to the website and to our social pinpoint site for the project. And so you can see we use the pinwheel over on the right-hand side is the mixed method approach that we use to public engagement. We don't do just one area of public engagement. We use multiple tools. So the statistically valid survey, we do interviews, focus groups, stakeholder meetings. We use social media and other internet opportunities. So we use a mixed method approach to that. And so you can see from the pinwheel of the colors on the left-hand side, kind of the participation in the different opportunities that we had. And I'll kind of break those down a little bit more here as we go through. So some of the engagement strategies, again, we use social pinpoint. And we had 342 unique users with Social Pinpoint, and I want to say like 1,700 different engagements on Social Pinpoint. It is a website that was specifically dedicated to this project, and there was an ideas wall on it. There was a forum that people could put thoughts up, and then kind of like social media like Facebook and those things, people could thumb up them and thumb down and also add additional comments. So it's very interactive for the community. There was a budgeting tool on there where we gave some projects, and participants up to $200 were able to allocate their funds towards that. As Justin said, we did leadership interviews. We interviewed many of you and many of the department heads to get your perspective on the project. We did focus groups, some school sessions. We did an open forum. Again, we had another 262 community members that participated in that. As Justin mentioned, we did the middle school and high school survey, had 311 participants in that survey, which was a really good turnout for your student population. So it really gave us good insight into what the young people were looking for through the Parks and Recreation Department, and not just an adult perspective. Our community needs assessment survey, we had a target of 300 participants, and we got 343 back. So got above our anticipated return rate. And then we did some intercept engagements, and I was here for the holiday parade, and we set up a booth on the street and had some storyboards and did some dot voting by the participants there. So really a diverse opportunity for people to give their input to us. And so some of the groups that we engaged, stakeholders and focus groups, again, the administration, leadership, your users and your community members, the middle school and high school students, your sports advocates, your park advocates, and your Parks and Recreation staff. We did a SWOT analysis with the staff and did some work with them there. You can see the kind of some of the special focus, specific needs, active adults, people who were interested in natural areas, your minority populations, those that were really interested in trails, your accessibility and inclusion members of the community, as well as community wellness and youth. So really got a good, diverse cross-section of the community through this process. And so in our on-site engagement, so our focus groups where we met with people and went through a series of questions, you can see there the strengths that they noted was the size of the county, the land and the opportunity for green space and recreation, your youth sports programs, Wayside Park, Green Gold Trail, your Parks and Recreation staff, very dedicated and do a great job. The maintenance of your locations, they were well maintained and well used. Recreation Center is a great plus for the community, as well as your collaboration with other organizations, knowing that it's a relatively new department, small staff, so working with other organizations to put on your activities and put on your athletics and your events. And then also that your rental fees were very reasonable and people were able to use the recreation center. So we asked about challenges, the other side, what are some of the challenges? And again, the county being very large and taking 40, 45 minutes to go from one end of the county to the other, and then the locations of your amenities. So programming outside of youth sports, there's a lack of programming outside of youth sports. Your funding and your staffing. Again, young department, still growing. I did some financial analysis and noted that over the last fiscal year and this fiscal year, you've been growing the department by a full-time staff member, which is great, shows the interest in the county. Transportation was another, again, that large county, not everybody has transportation, so how do they get to recreation opportunities? Decrease in your youth population, your lack of equitable facilities, communication and marketing services, making sure you're getting the word out. I know high-speed internet is coming to the county, and so there was a group over at the Recreation Center signing people up when we stopped by there on the way over here. And so need for recreation, triangle fields, as well as your lack of teen programming. That specifically came from the students. And so new facilities. We asked about what you'd like to see that's not currently offered. Outdoor pickleball courts, boat ramp, water access, a local sports complex, diamond and rectangle fields, which would go along with that sports complex, playgrounds, another gymnasium, fitness center, a skate park, and then bike paths and trails. And these are not in a ranked order. These were kind of as they came through the different focus groups. And so we also asked about programs and activities. And so exercise and fitness classes, yoga was one that was specifically mentioned, senior programs, esports, the opportunity to get engaged in esports, outdoor recreation, mentoring and life skills, shooting sports. Again, large county, having that opportunity for those educational and opportunities, special events, and then fishing programs. So this is the social pinpoint site. And as I said, we had 342 unique users that used the site. As you can see, the pinwheel over on the right-hand side, and it shows you the kind of the percentage of engagement and what those engagement opportunities were, whether they were the community center or your trails or those pieces, and then the graph on the left-hand side was from the the budgeting tool and shows you where people were putting money for each one of those activities. So you can see that participants prioritized athletic fields and a recreation facility in that budget exercise, and then the most comments on the ideas wall came around another recreation facility. So again, this was specifically from the forum, and we had 37 unique users that responded on the forum, and we asked them, if you could add one program or activity to the offerings, what would it be? And so you can see additional walking trails, the installation of a splash pad in the county, a gaming center within the recreation center, kind of going towards that esports opportunity, mentoring program, after-school childcare, a naturalist program, a sports complex to address the shortage of fields and courts within the county, and then public tennis courts. And so this was the student survey, and you can see, so these are the responses from each of the individual schools. You can see that we got a good response from all the schools, some more active than others, but we still got participation from each one of the schools, each one of the high schools and the middle schools within the county. 311 responses. And so these are these are in a ranked order, the responses to programs from the students. And you can see that athletic programs and sports camps really rated as the number one. Community events at number one and number two. Community events is number three. And then the fourth one is outdoor recreation programs, kind of being those top four within those opportunities that were asked of the students. And so we asked about facilities, and you can see indoor, outdoor, park facility, park amenities, additional park amenities, playgrounds, and athletic field. Were those top four within the within the student survey for additional facilities. And so on the amenities boards, so this was the what we used for the holiday parade. And so we offered these amenities up, and as people came through, we gave them 3 sticky dots so that they could put a dot on the program, on the facilities, the amenities that they'd like to see that currently aren't being offered. And so we had 894 votes cast on the boards for us, and you can see as part of that special events and it being number one, summer camps being number two, over on the activity side, and then splash pads, outdoor public gear, and fitness center being those on the facility side. And so the needs assessment survey, again, we had 343 surveys completed. And some of the data from there, including you, how many people in your family household are within the age group. So you can see that we've got a really good, diverse, participation in the survey by households, and the age breakdown. You can see pretty representative, and nobody really, totally outweighing the others. Have you or a member of your household visited any of the parks or recreation facilities during the last 12 months? And you can see that 45% said that they had not, and the others had. So 55% had visited. So a good mix. We know that when we do these mailed random sample surveys, it's our best way to reach non-users in the community. And so, this shows you that we have that opportunity. However, what we also find is that when people say no, they haven't. In a lot of cases, they may go and walk a trail, or they may go to the park for a picnic or something, and they don't see that necessarily as being a user. They see more registering for a program or a class as being a user. But so it's interesting to kind of see some of their responses. And so overall, how would you rate the physical condition? Again, you can see good and very good really kind of reach that, that top group. 56% rated it as good. And so again, like the in-person, they said your parks are well maintained and they're in good physical condition. So the survey also helps support that. We asked about reasons why that prevent you and members of your family from participating. And so not knowing about programs was the number one. You can see there, I'm sorry, I can't do this. Too far from our house, again, speaks to the size of the community, lack of restrooms, and then lack of amenities that I would like to use. And interesting is we do this work, I've been doing this for about 10 years now. Over the past 3 to 4 years, lack of restrooms has moved from the bottom 25% up to the top 25%, and in some cases is the number one. So very important, especially for families with young children and also your older aging adults. So, from the following list, we asked about ways that you learn about the facilities programs, and you can see word of mouth is the number one, followed by social media, and then the county newsletter being the top three. And those are also very typical nationwide as how people are receiving their information about about programs and activities. And then which three methods of communication would you prefer? And again, you can see that now social media moves to the top, followed by your county newsletter, and third, email from the county. So you can see those are the preferred ways, and I know that the county is currently using really all three of those to communicate with the county. And as fiber gets more distributed throughout the county, that social media and the website will increase. So the other thing we asked about are participating in programs and events offered, and you can see that 82% of the respondents had not participated in a program or an event within the county over the last 12 months. A lot of that has to do as we began looking at recreation programs and those things, that there are a limited number of programs other than youth athletics. And so if these 82% are not involved in the youth athletics, then they're not being reached. And so again, we need to look at the demographic and the breadth of the recreation programs that are being offered as we kind of finish up the recreation assessment of this. And so how important do you feel it is to provide, for the county to provide high quality parks, recreation facilities? And you can see that 71% of the respondents said that it's very important. And so even though many of them don't participate, you see that there is still a great importance given to the department and the accessibility of parks, recreation facilities, and programs. And so this is we had the budgeting tool on the social pinpoint. The survey also offered $100 to put on to different programs. And so you can see how how the funding was put out. And you can see that expanding program offerings was one of the top at $20.33. So again, kind of responding to that need for additional programs and additional program offerings. And so we also did an inventory and a level of service analysis for your parks and your facilities. And just some of the kind of the general observations from those site visits. Most of your parks are at school sites. The system has many playgrounds. There's a lack of lighted fields and sports courts. So you have fields, but not all of them are lit. Should consider additional tree plantings and ornamentals to kind of reduce some of your mowing area. Park signs are well established and consistent. Your loop walks are very popular amenities within the parks. We know that if you put a loop walk within a park, that it typically increases the participation in that park by about 70%. And so, and even greater since we've come out of the pandemic. Ringgold Trail is a very strong asset. Your maintenance crews are limited, but the parks and fields are very well kept and maintained. Playgrounds and shelters are in good condition, and you could create and adopt a park standards so that folks could see, so that you can have amenities within each one of your parks that are consistent signage, sports courts, which we heard a lot about, and then your accessibility within those parks. So, as I said, this is part of the atlas that we provide to the staff. It is part of this document. It gives you a GIS boundaries of the park, and then gives you an inventory and a rating of each of the amenities within those parks. And so what have we heard the most? And so what were those recurring themes? So the need for additional full and part-time staff to operate programs and to expand programs, the desire for additional facilities and amenities, the desire for additional programs and services, maintaining and improving your existing parks, making sure that you continue to maintain them, make improvements as time goes by. Connectivity, because you're such a large county, looking at connecting trails and bikeways for some alternative transportation, enhancing your partnerships with the schools for usage so that it's beneficial for both the schools as well as for the county, and then growing your programs and services should be a department focus. And so, next steps. So we are finalizing our analysis. We'll be coming back and doing a visioning session with the project team, and looking at all of this data. We put it together so we can look at priorities. You notice that in some of those cases, some of the data from like the focus groups were a high priority, where with the survey they were a lower priority. So we've got a tool that we use that helps to look at those priorities and help us make decisions. And then we'll be drafting the document, coming back with a draft presentation, and then coming back with the final plan. Again, looking at through that September, October timeframe. And so I've thrown a lot at you. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions for Mr. Thacker? Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Thacker, thank you. Great presentation. I don't want to go all the way back to the beginning, so off the top of your head, maybe you can answer this. The trail users, you identified the income levels of those folks that were using the trail from the majority, 45 to 100,000. How did you get that data?
So that comes through, it comes through Placer AI, which is what what it does is it uses cell phone data to track users. It doesn't track their names or any of that. It just shows where they entered a trail and where they left. And also from that data, from the cell phone, it gives us demographic information about household income and demographics.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Rid of these.
Really? Okay, folks, I hope you're paying attention to that, about your cell phone tracking you.
I'm gonna head to the house now.
Sure.
Keep your phone off, Mr. Bowles.
So is it not true that the socioeconomic data, in this case, the indicator of income, is associated with the block group
Yes.
that the person that has the cell phone, the visitor in this case to Ringgold Rail Trail, is coming from? So it's not actually aware of the individual's socioeconomic data?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a generalization based upon the census block group that they originate from, and where the account is associated, that cell phone account. So it's an indicator, but it's not to say that that is their actual income, because within that block group, you could have a wide range, of income levels. Was that true?
Yes, which is why, as it shows them in increments of 45 to 75,000.
So if I had for instance, a cell phone number in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I was on that trail, what would it say?
So it would say that you traveled from Hawaii here to use that trail. Because it does originate where your account, the data that it collects is where your account comes from. And so,
Okay.
but we are able to, and Placer AI is able to kind of, look at those and take into account some of those things.
Okay, so in today's world, most of us don't change our cell phones regardless of where we go, live, and things like that.
Correct.
So some of this data is not totally accurate then. Would that be a fair assumption?
Which is why we use so many different data points.
Okay.
So that we're not just relying on what Placer AI says.
Okay, all right. One other question then. You showed a pie chart somewhere about midway in there about how many people have used the facilities, and I just jotted it down. I may have it wrong. 45% said no, 55% said yes. Remember that one?
Yes, sir.
There was the pie chart there. But then on another pie chart, you had that 75 or 80% said we need more facilities. Were these the 55 that said yes, or was that another 100% and then maybe pulled in the 45 that said no, or how did that work?
So it was a different question within the survey, and so it's how the survey respondent answered the question. And so if you also remember, one of the other questions is why you do not participate, and the top answer was don't have a facility that I want to use. And so that goes along with the 74% that don't participate and those that would like to see additional facilities.
Okay, all right. And on the last question, final draft, you're planning to have that out September, October? Is it going to have any type of recommendation other than just here's the report, here's the data, thank you very much, see you later? Are you going to have a recommendation in there?
So it will have a goals, objectives, and an action table within it that will identify goals and objectives to meet that goal, and then actions to reach that goal. We also include where it may have capital implications, where it may have operational implications, and then a timeline. And so as we do the timeline, we do short, medium, and long term. So short is 0 to 3 years. Mm-hmm. Midterm is that 4 to 6, and then 7 to 10 is long term. And so yes, you will.
Good.
We'll give you things to move forward to put that into implementation, not just pie in the sky, here's some great stuff for you to think about.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Ingram?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good presentation, appreciate that. Mr. Price, thank you, sir. On page 40, the second bullet point, it lists sports complex. Did the folks that you talked to, did they elaborate on what they were looking for? Because I know when I came on this board 5 years ago, we talked about it, and I've shared my thoughts with several people. There's only one minor holdup, and that's money. So have people expressed to you what they would truly like to see?
It was mixed between a rectangle field complex and a diamond field complex. I mean, it was kind of mixed. Ideally, they'd love to see a combination of both with an indoor recreation facility and an indoor pool.
Okay.
But again, the reality of that is that's a big price tag, and I don't think that it's in any time near future or even long future for the county. So it's something that we would not recommend because we know it's just not realistic.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Thacker, for your time. Good presentation.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Look forward to seeing you again.
All right,
Have
thank
a
you.
great day.
All right, you too.
I got a question before we go
Oh,
any
I'm
further.
sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Dudley. Mr. Thacker, Mr. Dudley had a question.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask the question, but I think it could be for you. For you, Josh. Anything maybe in the fall, or you remember what we did at the park right there in Hurt? Is it any way of doing like a youth day again?
Oh, that's going to be an annual.
Is
We're
it?
going to look at doing that again in November,
Okay,
Youth Fishing Day.
I got you. Yeah. He answered it and made it simple for everybody. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
please.
sir, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess one of the concerns I have, all of this empirical data that you're gathering, when you make your final presentation and recommendations and, the goals, Pennsylvania County is so large, that is one of the challenges. How are you all planning to basically, I would say, centralize whatever we need to do here so that everyone in the county basically can benefit from it? Because if we put facilities on the south end of the county, we're going to alienate the northern end of the county and vice versa. So, what's the plan there?
Well, specific locations we really haven't come up with. I mean, I think that kind of comes as a next step from the master planning process in the feasibility study of that. However, I think one of the things that we find, I was the Parks and Recreation Director for the city of Poquoson, and I was their superintendent in the city of Hampton, and also finished my career in Norfolk. And so one of the things that we found very successful, and I think you might notice that kind of through the process, is increasing that partnership with the schools. And so when I was in the city of Hampton, we ran an after-school program at every elementary school in the city, 27 programs, through Parks and Recreation, but in the school, in a partnership. And so in a lot of cases, the schools have the facilities, and then you have the professional staff. And so, looking at how you leverage those partnerships, knowing that you can't build 3 sports complexes, and then again, looking at what is that central location. I mean, Chatham seems to be where people are used to coming to, but as you say, there are people that are really, that far reaches from here. And so I think being able to provide some of those opportunities in other regions of the county is imperative.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Any further comments? All right. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Appreciate your
Thank you all
time.
very much. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Moving to item 6, our staff, committee, constitutional office reports. 6A, we have a EMS drug box update Ms. Vanderhyde and Mr. Key.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Chris.
Thank you, sir. All right, just to give you a little bit of an update on the drug box status, on January 23rd of 24, the West Virginia EMS Council informed all the EMS agencies that the Regional Medical and Drug Box Exchange Program would be affected due to the new regulation provided by the FDA. This impact would mandate EMS agencies across the Commonwealth to apply for their own controlled substance registry and the DEA license to be in compliance with these new regulations. The regulations requires agencies to have a secure pharmacy room with security features and a secured lockbox on each ambulance. At that point, the county went in and got with all the EMS agencies and they formed a committee. So by doing that, the committee has met and reviewed all the possible drug box systems that are out there and have come back with a recommendation for this CompX Security Products drug box system. What that does, if everybody's got the paperwork, that little gray box up in the right-hand corner is the drug box that would actually go on each ambulance. It's a two-system authentication. You've got to have basically a door card to get into it and a number system to get into it. And then down below it, you see the little blue box. That's where it actually holds all the drugs in it. And then if over on page 2, if you'll look, and that's the central storage unit on that last page. It's a bigger system that actually goes into each station. So all the agencies have got together, come up with a recommendation. We've come up with an inventory of what's needed, and the association approved it at the June meeting. And last week, the commission approved it with a quote of $155,425.05. That would put 27 systems in the county ambulances and also the systems in each station. So all the county agencies would be up to compliance and up in effect and hopefully running by the November 1st deadline. Technically, we've got till November the 27th to get everything up and running, but this is going to take about 6 to 8 weeks to get this system ordered, get it in, get all the systems on the trucks and in the stations. So we're looking at a sort of a short time crunch.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ingram, you got a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, thank you for this. This has gone on too long. It's just another prime example of a body higher than us, being the FDA, forcing us to do something that, in their infinite wisdom, is good for everybody. But needless to say, they don't help us with the cost factor. So I'd like to make a motion that we find the money somehow to provide what our fire and rescue organizations need, and if there's any that's already purchased the drug box in a proactive sense, that we reimburse them for what they have spent. So, and I do think that we need to make this as a standalone motion, not under the consent agenda, and to go ahead and get it done. So that'd be my motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Tucker, yes, sir.
I'm going to second the motion, but I think that should come out of unassigned funds. Ms. Vanderhyde, can I ask you a question real quick?
Mr. Tucker, she's got the money.
Oh, I understand. Can you share with me what the balance is in the unassigned funds? Just rough figure off the top of your head.
Not at this time because we hadn't finalized June.
Okay.
But it should be around, it definitely will be what it was last year at least, which is around 34 million. That will be the June 30 figure. That's from last year. And so hopefully we've maintained that and we haven't had to dip into reserves. So you have an option. You can do the unassigned fund balance option. We have taken a look at capital. Now that's eaten into capital of public safety. So if you do that, then you would have to replenish that money at some point in time. But I've talked to Mr. Key, and the areas where we're talking about, taking it from, would have to be put back. I mean, we don't have extra money per se, but it may be that we can't buy something that we would have needed or purchased this year had we had the money. We would just have to delay it till FY '26.
Okay.
So you can go that option if you would rather do that.
You know, so that the remainder of the board, I mean, I'm chairman of the Finance Committee. We had allocated money for that initially, and there was some misinformation that was presented to us from Fire and Rescue, and I don't think it was intentional. So we took it out based upon their request. But I think rather than, you know, kind of moving money all around, I would prefer to see it come out of the unassigned funds, and that way we don't have to pay that money back to, you know, public safety. So, Mr. Ingram, if you don't mind, would you restate your motion to take it out of the unassigned fund?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would make the motion that.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
That
sir.
we would take it out of the unassigned fund balance, because from my understanding, that's what that money's there for. And this is an absolute necessity. We can't get around it, and it's ridiculous for anybody to suspect or to assume that our local fire and rescue organization should foot the bill. So, you know, I do make that motion, and I do want to reiterate, I do know that Callens has already bought their box, and I don't know if there's any others, but I'd like to make sure the motion includes those that have already been proactive, that's purchased the drug box, that they get reimbursed upon receipt of an invoice.
I don't know if they can. I think they use state funds. We'll look into it and see, but I think they had used state funds last year to pay for that, and I don't know if that can be reimbursed or not. I'll have to look into it to see.
Okay.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Just
sir.
in case there's somebody. Yes, sir.
Did you have a question, Mr.
I
Dudley?
did.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chairman. Kim and Chris, maybe y'all can help me both with this. With this, what Mr. Tucker had presented, is there, which I know it's short notice as well too, Chris, is there any way maybe that grants can be applied for on this money? No? You shaking your head no, I ain't gonna go no further.
Well, the way the grants usually work is
Okay.
like if we applied for it now,
Okay,
that it would be awarded in, say, January.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is it can't pay back what was done, most of them. Most of them, you have to, you know, approve everything, then you get awarded the grant, then you
Sure.
buy it, and then they reimburse you for it. But with a situation like this, I haven't found any that we can apply
okay.
for.
I was just wondering if we could apply for the grants,
I haven't
use the
found any new
funds. If you get the grants, then it come back to where the funds was taken. I'm just wondering if that was possible.
Yeah, that's the way most all grants work.
Okay, yeah.
You can't spend money until you've secured the grant.
I understand, yeah.
So you can't go back and pay for
Yep.
something you've already done.
Okay.
It would be wonderful.
I was just looking for a solution that would be benefit to everybody, yes. So, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dudley. Mr. Key, is this system here the same that the paid staff is using? We all on the same system?
This is the same one we've purchased, yes, sir.
Okay, well, good. I want it all be on the
Yes, sir.
same page. And you're talking about Callens, they use state money. Did they buy fire and rescue equipment?
They bought this same system.
Yeah, but
They-
they bought, I think Mr. Ingram said a couple drug boxes.
Well,
But
those
they
drug
used-
boxes, they used the 4 for Life money to buy that stuff with. So
Okay.
they was anticipating, they didn't have a lot of other medical expenses that would qualify.
Right.
So they was able to use that funds to purchase those ahead of time, hoping everybody else was gonna be on the same program, so.
But if we choose to give this, and we want to, if we can, give this money back to them, they can take that money and buy some more equipment or whatever that they would have normally bought with that money.
No.
I don't think so because they used that particular invoice to draw that money down.
Uh-huh.
If you want to give
So-
them additional, that's,
I mean, I wouldn't say you reimburse them for that.
yeah.
Okay, we can
No.
reimburse them for the boxes and they can buy some more equipment if they need to.
But we just can't say that.
Right.
Okay.
Whatever we need to do, I want to reimburse them because it's just like we're going to tell all the other departments, you got to buy 2 or 3 boxes and we're not going to pay for them. So we're going to pay for everything else, I want to be consistent and pay for those too.
Well, see, what we're getting at is they didn't really pay for them either. They used money,
Right,
state money,
right,
and they used
But-
that money because they didn't have anything else to use the money
Right,
for.
but they could be using that money for something else. They could have bought some more fire equipment or whatever, and they didn't.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, if they weren't
Yeah.
forced to comply with the
Yeah.
FDA, they could be buying additional turnout
Yeah.
gear. So, yeah.
Well,
Mr.
it's
Tucker.
it's
Can't say
just
you're gonna
another
reimburse them.
unfunded mandate that's
Yeah,
fall
that's
down
right.
that you take
Yes,
care
sir.
of.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly, before we leave this subject, and, we don't want to start going down rabbit holes here, but Mr. Key, and I want the remainder of the board to think about this, it's power in numbers. This motion we have on the table here, and the county is going to appropriate this money, this $155,000. We have to stop using language like, I hope everyone, uses the same vendor. I hope all of the agencies, we should give them direction and marching orders, because we can take advantage of economies of scale. We can go in with a lot more muscle in terms of purchasing power if we buy all of our equipment from the same vendor, and that will give us a little bit more leverage negotiating. That's
I'd
my
love
comment.
to be able to get into the central purchasing for all the agencies. That's what my goal is eventually.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any further discussion? Mr. Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Key, thank you for the presentation. My question doesn't have to do with these small boxes in the ambulance, but when these boxes are taken from the ambulances, where are they stored?
The big gray boxes are going to be mounted in the ambulances. They're not going to be removed. The little blue boxes are the ones that will actually hold the drugs. They're stored in the station in those big boxes.
Okay.
They're put together by whoever their custodian is to get all their stuff together. They get them ready, so when like a box is used, they can exchange that box. So that box goes from the station straight to the ambulance.
Okay.
Then it's used on scene, and then it comes back to the station to be replenished.
All right, so how many stations are already upfitted with their boxes?
I mean, it's upfitted, 0.
They already have boxes in the stations.
Nobody.
What
That's
cost-
part of this program.
Well, I don't see that on here as far as
Yes, sir.
$155,000. I don't see anything that shows additionally that there's going to be anything done in the station itself.
Now, we're not going in and fixing a pharmacy for them. We're able to secure the second item on the list that shows 7 of them. And that's the NARC ID Inventory Control System, and that's the big boxes. The second item down, that's going to be the ones that's actually in the stations,
Okay.
in their pharmacy rooms.
Okay, so is every station going to have one of these?
Every station will have a pharmacy room. 7 of these stations wanted the big boxes because of their call volume.
Okay.
The other 4 are going to have the smaller boxes. They said they didn't need the big boxes, they just needed the smaller boxes.
All right, so the question I'm asking is, are there going to be additional funds needed to upfit any of these stations in order to make sure these boxes are secured there in the future? Or are they going to come back later and say, oh, we overlooked and we need this?
No, it shouldn't be, because each station was told they have to get a pharmacy room. Most of them already had EMS rooms
Okay.
where they had most of their stuff stored in. The only thing, they either had to go in and add additional security or add door codes, systems like that. That's what we had to do for the public safety building. We had to add additional security features, we had to add cameras, and only 2 people can get into that pharmacy room. So that limits who can run it. But once they get the pharmacy room and these boxes are installed, there should not be any other cost with the boxes. Now, there may be like, on the bottom line is like a maintenance fee, a yearly maintenance fee, if they choose to do that. I think it's $375, just to keep the system updated and upgraded. The only additional cost will be the drugs themselves. That's going to be a never-ending cycle.
Okay, and that answers my question. I just want to make sure that, yes, we're good with this. I'm good with this. Okay, I'm good with the boxes. I'm good with where they're going to be stored. But that transition from the ambulance into the station itself is a security piece that's part of this. I want to make sure that We don't have you coming back here 2 months from now and going, oh, I need another $75,000 to build a secure area and 7 stations in order to secure these boxes.
Everybody else has said they was building their own pharmacy rooms and
That's
upgrading
right.
their systems to where that wouldn't be part of the cost.
Is
Mainly getting the drug boxes and getting the systems in the stations.
Is there someone doing oversight on this?
The committee is actually,
I'm
the
sorry,
committee
who?
itself
They've got their own.
is actually sort of policing each other to see where each one's at, to see if they need any help. We've recommended numerous times the security, the ones we're using as far as the camera systems, the door swipe cards. Most everybody already had a secure room. They just had like a just normal key lock. Well, they just had to limit that and then put this drug box control system in there.
Okay.
It controls it from the time you get it in. You log it into the computer system and put that RFID tag on it, and it goes into your safe in the station, and it's logging it, okay? So when it's used on the scene, then it logs it that it came out of the station and went into the drug box on this ambulance. And then you log it in when you use it on that patient, that boom, this is the patient number, this is the incident number, and you take it out and it's used on that patient. So
Okay.
it's total control of where it's at all times.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingram?
Chris, this is more educational. Who determines the type of drugs? It's really just 3 listed here.
The drugs really comes from the OMD and really from the state.
Yeah.
This is mainly for your high use, drugs.
Okay.
It's going to control pain and stuff of that nature. It's what it's mainly for.
Like fentanyl.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Whittle?
Yeah, Mr. Key, how often do you have to change these boxes? Each time the ambulance goes out, or is there more than one dose in?
It really
in there?
depends on how it's set up initially. Like you may be able to get 3 runs out of the box. It depends on whether it's an advanced life support call or basic life support call. Every call there may be a difference. You run up on a bad motor vehicle crash and they may need pain management, so you would use all the drugs on that. Same with a cardiac arrest. So it may be you use it once a day, maybe use it once a week, or you could go through 3 of them in a day. It's really no way to set a definite time to be used.
Thank you, Mr. Whittle. Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and we have a second, so we ready to vote?
We've had discussion, so I'm good. I have nothing.
Mr. Dudley, you don't see it. Right. Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
Mr. Height?
Yes.
Mr. Tucker?
Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Key, Ms. Vanderheide. Thank y'all. All right, moving to 6B, the potential new solid waste office update. Mr. Adcock. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. When I was tasked with oversight of the solid waste operations several years ago, one of the first things I noticed was the poor condition of our employee break room as well as our main landfill office building. Over the last several years, we have been planning and budgeting to correct this issue. We feel good facilities are necessary for employee morale and to be able to retain and recruit these employees. This afternoon, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the existing facilities and our plans going forward, with the request that you'll give us approval to move forward with these plans. And I'd also like to take a minute to recognize, I have 2 of my employees here tonight. Rodney Poole is our solid waste manager, and he would like to support the project, but he's also going to do a rendition of Folsom Prison Blues for you afterwards. That was a Johnny Cash joke, but I think it missed the mark.
We'll approve it if he'll do it. How about that?
And also tonight I have Caleb Milam is our new Assistant Public Works Director. He's been with us about 2 weeks now, and we're glad to have him. He's a Tunstall High School graduate and a DCC graduate, and has spent some time with the Danville Rehabilitation and Housing Authority as their Operations Director. Is that right? Yep. So this is our current facility where our offices are. One of the things is this building was originally constructed in 1982. It has limited functionality and space. We actually only have the front half of that building is office space. The rear portion of that is storage, so we only use about half of that facility. We have a separate break room that's in a different building, and the scale office and storage areas are split up. And an interesting point is that when we found the plans for this drawing, or for this building, they were drawn by a W.D. Sleeper. Some of you may remember him as our former county administrator. So that tells you how far that goes back. The current facilities still have their 1982 decor. We have, some nice paneling, and you can see that while we try to keep it clean, it's very cramped for our facilities. We have don't have a lot of extra room. We have very small bathrooms. And our current break room, this is our current break room, which was a former classroom, a mobile classroom that we reused. So it actually had exceeded its life one time, and now it's exceeding its life a second time. And it's really not feasible to renovate this because of the poor condition and its structure. In fact, when the original drink machine in there gave out, we requested a second drink machine, but our beverage distributor said he wouldn't put it in there because he didn't think the floor would support it.
Yeah.
Yep. We have just general wear and tear due to the age of the building. We have deteriorated flooring and structural damage, which compromises the facility's safety and functionality. You can see we're losing some tile there in the bathrooms. And just overall age of that facility is just not the nicest to put employees in. In addition, this is an area that we looked at for a new facility. This is adjacent to the office building. This is an old storage facility that really has exceeded its life as well. We have moved most of our equipment and materials that we store out of this facility into a newer facility on the other side of the landfill entrance drive there. And this one needs a new roof, but it just doesn't make sense to put the money into it. And the structure itself is, while it was probably constructed well back in the day, it just is kind of exceeded its lifespan. So some of the reasons for upgrading, as I mentioned, we have outdated and inefficient facilities. We have some high costs of renovating our existing structures. We desire to have a centralized, all-inclusive facility where all staff can interact. Right now, with a separate break room and a separate office, there's some separation between employees, and I think that prevents them from really coming together and having good discussion and meeting each other and just becoming, having good camaraderie. We want to improve the working conditions for our employees and improve the morale as well. And we would like to enhance the service for residents and customers. We hear a lot about our solid waste fees, so I think it would be nice if when our customers and residents do come out to the facility, that they see a nice facility and see something that their money is going to. So initially we looked at renovating the rear. I mentioned to you we only used half of that existing office space, so we looked at renovating that existing storage area into a break room, which would bring it under the same building. But we consulted with an architect and person designs that we did. They told us that construction costs for that upfit could be as much as $350 a square foot or higher, and at approximately 700 square feet, that renovation could cost us around $245,000. And this was verified by a similar number that we received from a local contractor who gave us some insight as well. So we shifted our focus to building a new comprehensive facility utilizing a modular facility. And that facility is estimated right now total cost about $255,000. The building itself, the modular building, would be about $200,000, a little over $200,000. A ADA ramp and a kind of a deck and stairs to get into the facility would be about $30,000. We know that we have to, while the facility comes pre-wired, pre-plumbed, and with AC units, we would have to connect it to the outside electrical, and we would also have to connect it to the existing drain field. And we know that drain field is going to need some work because it has given us some issues recently. So that's about $12,500. And We plan to do the demo of the existing facility, the storage facility, and the earthwork ourselves. We're going to utilize that pad that the existing storage facility sits on and build up that pad to get it to a level that's kind of equivalent to the existing office. So total, we're looking at about $255,000 with some in-house work. As I mentioned to you, over the last several years, we have been budgeting and planning for this. So we have about $95,000 carryover from last year's budget as an office renovations line item. We have $150,000 in our current fiscal year capital budget, and we would like to utilize about $11,000 from the current capital reserves to buy this. The largest purchase, of course, is the modular unit, and the vendor with that is a company called Box Modular, and they have an existing state contract with actually with James Madison University, but it's a cooperative contract that allows any state or locality to utilize that, and that allows us to streamline this purchasing, and also allows us to ensure we comply with state and internal procurement policies and regulations. And just to reiterate the benefits of a new facility, much improved landfill and scale office, more and a nicer office space, an appealing storefront for our customers and residents, centralized location for all of our facility functions and training so we can bring our employees together to do some necessary training, and of course a new break room and shower for our drivers and our equipment operators. Key advantages for the county are improved morale and productivity, enhanced services for our residents and customers, and we feel it's a financially responsible decision given the minimal difference between the cost and what we figured for the renovation and getting this new construction. This new construction will allow us, if we did the renovation, we would only get the break room, but we would still have the 1982 office facility with its 1982 trim and finishes, and this allows us to get a whole new facility, office facility, and as well as a break room. And it shows our commitment to progress and improvement. So this proposed facility, we actually got this idea from our partner that we work with a lot, is First Piedmont, and this is their new office facility. So it's 3 units that come in together, and they're assembled on site, and the interior looks like, these are some shots from their interior, so you can see it's modern finishes, modern lights, new windows. So hopefully our energy costs will go down as well, and it's just a little more modern. Thank you for your time, and I think the only purchasing the modular unit is the only thing I think that we would need to get approval from because of its cost. The other items, the plumbing, the renovation of the drain field, anything connection to utilities, we can do with our regular procurement processes. So I don't know if it should go on consent agenda, Vaden, or whether it would just be a matter from work session.
So you're just seeking permission to buy the modular unit because you're $11,000 short, is that right?
Well, I guess we could, just because it's more than a $100,000
Okay.
purchase, yeah.
Right.
And I guess to utilize the reserves.
Yeah, we can put that under matters from work session.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Adcock? Any further questions?
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adcock.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Hold on a minute.
real quick.
Mr. Vaughn.
Chris, real quick, this was already budgeted, right? Because I didn't recall seeing it on the CIP this year.
It was on the CIP. Well, we had 95,000 carryover from last fiscal year 23-24, and we have 150,000 from this current fiscal year 24-25, which was budgeted, and it was called office improvements or landfill break room or something like that.
Okay.
It may not have been new office facility.
Okay, that's what I was
in
curious
the name.
about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so this facility, I'm familiar with those. Are they going to be on a footing or a foundation? How is that going to be set up?
Yes, sir. Adjacent at that building, the old storage building that I showed you, the barn-looking structure,
Sure.
is adjacent to our existing office. And that's when we tear that down, there will be a concrete slab there, and we'll just build up with soil there and compact it, and then it'll be placed on that. So we'll comply with, I'm sure the manufacturer will give us some foundation recommendations, and then we'll have to comply with that. We'll build those and set the structure on that.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. All right.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Adcock. We need a motion to add that to the meeting.
Yes, just to matters from work session.
Matters from work session.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tucker, second by Mr. Bowman. All right, any further discussion? If none, we're ready to vote.
Mr. Dudley,
Yes.
Mr. Height,
Yes.
Mr. Ingram,
Yes.
Mr. Dalton.
Yes. All right, motion carries unanimous. Moving to 6C, we got the F-24 School Carryover Fund. Ms. Vanderhyde.
Yes, Dr. Jones got in touch with me right after their meeting with the school board last week and wished to go over their carryover request for this year. This is something that you all see each and every year, and we usually have to have a public hearing because their carryover plus any carryovers of the county usually exceed our 1% threshold that requires a public hearing. And so that public hearing will actually not be held until September, but they did want to come to you all just to go over their request. They have sent a formal letter that I got today, and you all should have gotten a copy. I laid it in front of you earlier. So I'm going to invite Dr. Jones and Ms. Worley to come up, and they'll go over these numbers with you all.
Welcome, Ms. Worley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tracy Worley. I'm the CFO for Pennsylvania County Schools. I think most of you know me, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to come before you this afternoon and discuss our year-end report and our carryovers. I think you should all have a copy, and I'm going to put my glasses on because 6s, 8s, 9s, they all look the same now. I just want to give a little bit of overview for the year. Take notice that for revenues that we did collect about $143.5 million this past fiscal year, and further information that is coming to you in your, I think maybe July and even September meetings. We have had additional revenues for the 24 school year that have been added from the time that you approved our original budget back prior to July 1 of about $12.1 million. So I just kind of want you to see what we've been dealing with this year, how new revenues have come in from the state, from the feds, and we're doing everything that we can to spend this money. It's just some of these projects are just taking more time than one school year will allow. I did want to bring notice to you. The local funds that you see under revenues, that is the local appropriation, and I just wanted to make you aware the $22 million that we received from the board this year. When we started the year, when our original budget was passed, that appropriation from you was about 8.85% above the minimum required. And I know we've had a lot of discussions about that, but that is the minimum requirement from the state, from VDOE, from the state of Virginia. So that puts you about almost $1.8 million over the minimum. But when we actually finish this year, you know, our budget has been amended a couple of times from the state. We have received more money from the state this past year. When we ended the year on June 30, the local appropriation was only 3.86% above the minimum, and that equates to just a little over $800,000. Right. So just wanted you to see what could happen within a 12-month time period.
Yes.
But hopefully, all that's going to work out. We're going to do that annual report here in August, and everything is going to look good for us. So right now, I just want to draw your attention to our carryover funds. They are about $4 million more than the previous year, and really you can see all of that almost in the line 1, which is the all-in funding. This was money that was given to us by the state. There was no local match to this money, so we did not have to come back to you for additional money for that. But we were given 2 years into the next biennium, which we started this month, to actually spend these funds. We spent probably about $400,000 this past fiscal year of that money, but we're also still trying to spend our CARES money, our ARPA money. You know, that money has a deadline of September 30th, so we're trying to spend those funds first. So this money is really going to help us out for the next 2 years, because we're going to be able to carry forward, you know, some of those programs that we have implemented and be able to pay for those. So $13.8 million is the total carryover, and out of that amount, I just wanted to break down that there are capital projects in there, about $6.1 million. The all-in funding that we just talked about is $4 million. And then, of course, our textbook carryover, which I think you're all familiar with that's about $2.2 million. So that really only leaves about $1.5 million of the 13.8 that is really for ongoing projects, things that we have started. You'll notice there are a lot of items on here that we've been carrying over for a couple of years. They are projects that we are working on. We're just having trouble getting things since the pandemic. We're having trouble with vehicles. We're having trouble, the wastewater and drain field, there's a tank that we have to get. But those things are coming along. Our engineers are working on all of these projects, and we have pretty much all of these have been started or will be started very soon. But, you know, we only have one Mr. Hudson, and I am helping him all that I can, but it is a lot of capital projects in our school system. So any questions, particularly on any of these items? I do want to bring to your attention the Stony Mill project. That is the HVAC project. You know, originally that whole project was on the sales tax list for, to use sales tax funds to complete that project. And we have been working very hard to secure some funding. We received SCAP funding from the state. We are also using some CARES money that we received from the state for HVAC project. And we are able to put quite a bit of school funding in that project. So we will not need any sales tax money to finish that project. And we were looking at using about $1 million to $1.5 million of sales tax funds. And so we have included that in our carryover for that project. So, and then also the Union Hall roof project. That's on that sales tax list as well. And we do try every year to do one school roof at least with carryover funds. And so we're going to be doing the Union Hall school roof.
Mr. Dudley.
And I think that's all that I have, so.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Worley, thank you for everything that you guys do. I know you're good with the money. And I was wondering, some of these projects that, have been delayed or hadn't quite started, that you were waiting on this, that, and the other, are you finding that since you're starting late on it, that these projects are actually going to cost more, or are they going to be around the same? You tell me.
So the numbers we have here
Yes, ma'am.
are current.
I got you.
Okay, so what we have here is what we do expect the project to cost.
Okay.
Yes.
Just concerned that I know that we...
And they've changed a little over the years. I do
Yeah.
believe originally that Kentuck project was $250,000.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's been going back and forth with some maintenance issues there, and we have found some things that we thought might be the problem, and we might be able to wait a little longer. We've had those things fixed, but it's still coming back to needing a total replacement there.
Okay. I think that's it, Mr. Dalton.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Dudley.
much, Ms. Worley. You're a good steward with the money. I appreciate it.
Mr. Ingram? you have-
Tracy, thank you. It's good to see you.
You too.
This Armor One entry window film, that's a security film, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be, and you may have already done this, but would that be an item that would fall under the sales tax as far as improvements, more so than?
So there's probably some that's going to be under the sales tax with the security updates, but this is for, this is outside of those vestibules. This is our cafeterias, other entryways at our schools. And last year, if you remember, that was actually on the carry forward list. It was about between $300,000 and $400,000. So we've done quite a bit of that, but this is what we have left to finish that project.
Through my career here, I worked many shootings throughout, several at schools, and I hate to say that, but when the schools were renovated, and I looked at the colossal glass in front of the cafeterias, I wondered, who drew that one?
It's beautiful.
Oh, it is pretty,
beautiful.
but it's not bulletproof. And so, that's what I
But
was.
we are working on that.
Well, that's where I was going with that, Tracy.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
And we
Ingram.
tried to break these down just so you could really see exactly what the project was and where we're spending those funds.
My curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Worley?
Yes, sir.
The CARES funds, do you have a number, how much is left in CARES fund? And what are the restrictions on the use of the CARES funds? Because if you've got an end date of September, which is only a couple of months away, is there a way to expend those funds before that end date?
Yes, sir. So we actually had to write an application for all of our CARES fund, tell them exactly how we wanted to spend that money, and we have to follow that plan or we have to make an amendment. So we are drawing those funds down. We're very close. We still have about $1 million left to spend on the broadband project, which we're working with the county and with West Piedmont to get that done. Most of the other funds have actually been spent. We do still have some reimbursements that we need to get in with the Virginia Department of Education, but we're in line to spend all those funds by September 30.
What's your balance?
It's hard for me to say what the balance is. It's about $2 million in the CARES Act 3 left, a little over $2 million, and then we still have the $1.5 million left with, this is through it's the state HVAC, and we're spending that money on Stony Mill, and we do have until December 31 to spend that, and we're on target to spend that and get that reimbursed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Any further questions, Mr. Tucker?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Worley, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I guess I want to make a couple comments for the benefit of the public that might be watching. From the perspective of the Finance Committee, when we were working on the budget, and our hope was to give you 8% over the minimum, and it wound up being 3%. But that is due to the fact that the governor's budget, the state budget, really didn't come in time, so that really skewed the numbers, if you will.
It does.
So I wanted, the public to know that at least we tried, had our heart in the right place.
Absolutely.
And the second thing that I want to point out is, or reiterate rather, because messaging is important. I'm going to support your carryover of this $3.8 million. And I want everyone to really understand that these funds are encumbered. And what Mr. Bowman was just referring to, the CARES Act money, I believe you have to spend that money first or initially get those taken care of.
Yes.
But most of this $3.8 million is already earmarked, as I understand it.
It's 13.8. I just want to.
13.8.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Look at my notes here. But
okay.
13.8 is already encumbered funds,
Yes.
already spent. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
I wanted
Any-
to point out
yes.
one thing, just for the benefit of the 3 new board members, you all may not be aware of this, but the way your resolution is written, at the end of a fiscal year, the school fund zeroes out. This $13,837,971.31 is the balance that we are reverting to your general fund. So this is real money. It's not fake money. It's not, I might get it. This is money that's really come in for the schools. And it has been encumbered for these projects. So every year, it has increased, but mostly because of the extra funding we got from the federal government because of the pandemic. And it is extremely difficult to meet those deadlines and to get everything done, especially when you're limited to, and the contractors, you're using the same contractors for everything. So, I mean, I sympathize with the schools, and they do a very good job of putting things where they need to go. So, I just wanted to make sure that this is not new money. This is, and you know, a lot of it is state money. And if you said, no, we're going to keep that, you can't really. I mean, you'd have to give it back to the state, which makes no sense. So I just wanted to let the new board members know that this is not something new or not something that we don't handle every year. But they wanted to come because it is so large compared to what we've seen in the past.
I'm good.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, just real
Yes,
quick.
sir, Mr. Bowman.
And thank you, that's a great explanation. That $13 million is, most of that is from the state, isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
And so it's really allocated to capital improvements here versus operations or teachers' salaries or anything else. So I like the way that that's designated for that, the capital projects, because
Yes.
you're right, that sales tax, it may seem like a lot of money, but it's not a lot when you have all these buildings to maintain. So I'm very good with that.
The
So-
projects will always far outweigh the money.
Right, right, thank you.
Yes. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Worley.
Thank you
Good
very
job.
much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 6B. Got a county health and dental insurance. Ms. Van der Heyen.
Yes, this is my annual recital of what our anthem and dental rates are doing for the upcoming year. So we'll start with open enrollment in the month of August, and these new rates will become effective and be deducted from paychecks in September with an effective date of this new plan year of October 1. We were very beneficial this year. We had an overall 6% decrease in rates for our Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield policy, which is excellent news. There are a few changes that you all will see. For the high deductible plan, there was a mandatory $500 increase, and that was really over a 2-year period. But we went ahead as a health committee and decided, let's not just keep hitting people every time you turn around, so we went ahead and increased it the entire $500. But as such, we felt that it was also, to be fair to everyone, that our richer plan, that deductible needed to be increased as well. So right now, we have a $30 copay with a $1,000 deductible. That $1,000 will go to $1,500, and our high deductible plan, which does not have a copay, will go to $3,500. So that's the major difference that we saw this year. You know, we always try our best to help out some of those other tiers that are not just employee only. So, you know, family coverage is extremely high here, as it is anywhere else, just because it's more expensive. And not that it's any different or any less coverage, it's just we're unable to provide the contribution that we need to get it into a more reasonable figure. So we did some discussion, and we felt like it was a good year, since there was a decrease in premiums, to maybe consider and adding another tier to our health insurance coverage, and that is employee children. Right now, we have employee only, We have employee spouse, employee with one child. But if you're a single parent and you have 2 children, you have to take that family plan. So we added a more economical option for those folks. And so a single parent with 4 kids can now get employee children. And it's much, much cheaper than that other option. So when we ran the figures for the county side of things, it's going to save us about $60,000 with our current enrollment, and which is wonderful news, but it could fluctuate depending on if we have a great number that want the employee children selection, because we didn't really have anything to go on to know who would choose that and who would not. So, but you know, of course, we've got that extra money built in if we do need to, you know, kind of apportion some difference. So what that will look like for an employee, their actual amount that they'll pay for their premiums this year will be reduced by 6%, which is wonderful news. Puts more money in their pocket. So that's pretty much it for our health insurance rates. For, I know a single parent that takes that tier, that could save them as much as $504.26 per month if they're able to select that. Under our dental insurance coverage, we did have some changes there. There were some increases to premium and some decreases. So we have 2 plans, a basic plan and a comprehensive plan. Pretty much the basic plan, all of those premiums will show a decrease for our employees, anywhere from $2.36 to $7.80 per month. But as far as the comprehensive plan, last year we saw a very big decrease. Well, now those have come back up just a tad, so the increase per month will be anywhere from $2.38 to less than $20, $18.88 if you have the family comprehensive plan. So just a briefing for you all. We always get you all to bless those rates, and you do have copies in your board packet of those rates. But of course, it's wonderful news because it doesn't cost you any money. It's actually saving you money. So with that, I will entertain any questions you might have about it.
Any questions? Any questions, gentlemen?
And these will be on consent, by the way, tonight.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Van der
Hut.
All right. Moving to item 7, business discuss. Mr. Hunt, do we have anything we need to discuss on business?
No. Just reminder that we're going to add to matters from the work session the drought resolution, the drug box appropriation, and the solid waste building authorization appropriation. So right now, there's just 3 items. There may be another one after closed session, but those will be under the matters from work session section of tonight's business meeting.
We do have one more, Mr. Hunt, and that is Mr. Dudley's appointment to the DPCS board.
That
We'll
is
add that
correct.
to consent.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Good. Thank you, Mr. McCloskey.
Mr. Chairman, should I share with him what you and I talked about that we was going to talk about in closed?
Or either.
It would be on the personnel. I don't know.
You just want to do it in closed session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. No further business discussion? Okay. All right. Moving to item 8, closed session. Mr. Hunt, can you read us into closed session?
Yes, sir. We have 3 types of closed session tonight. The first one is discussion concerning prospective business or industry or the expansion of existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. Legal authority, Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A5, subject matters, projects Big Dipper, Atlas, Great Dragon, RBR, Toy Story, Ballyhoo, and now the Stanton River Project. Purpose, economic development projects update / discussion on unannounced prospective businesses / industries. The second category of closed session will be personnel, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, discipline, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. Legal authority, Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A1. Subject matter, county administrator hiring/search. Purpose, review, discussion of related next steps. And the third topic for closed session will be there's actually four, excuse me. Discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Legal authority, Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A3. Subject matters, potential real property acquisition for public purpose, review/discussion regarding the same. And finally, we have a closed session about legal advice. Legal authority, Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or obtained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Subject matters, Hurt Partners tipping fee waiver request, potential new outside solid waste contracts, Shaco Solar Project SUP extension, and ODAC lease renewal. Purpose, consultation with legal counsel/legal advice and discussion regarding the same.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Height, a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ingram. Any further discussion? If none, we're ready to vote. I don't have anything, Ms. McCluster.
Mr. Height?
Yes.
Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
Mr. Dalton?
Yes. All right, motion carries unanimous. Go into closed session. Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you ready to read us in, sir?
Yes, sir. We will now certify closed session at the work session. Be it resolved that the Pittsylvania County Board of Supervisors work session on July 16th, 2024. The board hereby certifies by recorded vote that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion authorizing the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. If any board member believes that there was a departure from the requirements of the Act, he shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure. The statement shall be recorded in the board's minutes. I will now do a roll call vote. Mr. Bowman?
Yes.
Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
Mr. Height?
Yes.
Mr. Ingram?
Yes.
Mr. Whittle?
Yes.
Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
Mr. Dalton?
Yes.
It's now appropriate, Chairman, to adjourn the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.